Yo, Math, how's it going, buddy? Yo, PC. Give me a wild guess on how many miles. I don't know, 200. Holy. Hope you got a comfortable car. I don't need to ask. I'm sure you are. I'd be absolutely knackered after that long just sitting. How many copies did you get through? Seven cups, sheesh. I'm not surprised. I've got my coffee ready for later as well, sitting behind me. Gonna save it for about an hour or two into the stream when I need it. God, I love Flame Blast. Seriously. So much fun. I take it you're going through some remote areas where there's no rest stop for a long while. Hey, taking a shit on the side of road's character building. Everyone's got to do it once in their life at least. I've done it a couple of times when I've been traveling around. I remember being in the Egyptian desert during a tour got the shit, was in an organized tour on a tour bus, had to stop the bus, no trees, no bushes anywhere, but just couldn't hold it in anymore. Just hoped people weren't watching, just fucking ran out the bus as quick as I could, and just fucking let rip, man. Now that was character building. Makes for some great stories when you're older though. Yeah, that was exactly my experience. Like I said in that story, my story. There's just moments where you just gotta go. You just gotta go. I wonder if it's worth getting more flammability magnitude, get some ignites from the Ember fuselage. Yo, Herminator, always appreciate the lurk, buddy. Hope you've been having a good day. Oh, Matt, thank you, buddy. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I got the ads set to the lowest setting, but Twitch still forces, I think it's like 2-3 minutes of ads per hour. You can't set it lower, otherwise you get demonetized. Nah, legend, Matt. Thank you, mate. Defines us all. Jeez, getting XP ridiculously quick. I guess I am underleveled. Jeez, 3 levels in this map so far. Holy. My life bar's bugging out again. Hey, nice work, P. Kelly. It's not to be underestimated, especially when you're not too experienced with hardcore. Good achievement. What did I want to pick up with these points? I think I was wanting to go over to this dual socket and get this. I think. Was there anything else? There was also this. Viper, hey, Jack. Yeah, build's going really well. Flame Blast is so much fun. And yeah, Viper is very scary. By far, probably the scariest. Got any cold damage rings? The only ones that I'd imagine I'd have I'm wearing on the Infernalist. I can have a look and see what spare ones I've got, if any. So much fun one-shotting these bosses. The unique one. Potentially. I've done 2 lore weave crafts, so I'm a bit low on the uniques, but let's have a look. This one, I've got 2. Do you need them? If so, come to my hideout. They're all yours. Got 2. No problem, no problem. Forgot to use Mana Tempest as well, jeez. Should start using tablets for some extra XP, shouldn't I? Pretty sure I've got a couple of XP tablets lying around. Experience, there we go. Experience, that'll do. Do I have any Abyss tablet with experience? Yes. There we go. We'll just do that, eh? Well, I want to deal with temporal chains, not really. Minus player res is a little bit yuck, but we'll manage. Yo, Kadashi, how's character 11, I believe it is for you, coming along?
Reminds me of that battle in Farrell. Simple enough. I'm getting swarmed under.
Oh, geez. Nice little bonus to start the day. 13. Yeah, fingers crossed the plants goes well for you. I did that to start THC and had a lot of success with it. If you manage to get some decent armor pieces combined with some of the Infernalist defensive layers, it feels pretty good in my experience. Viper is definitely quite scary though. Getting chaos resistance is also really nice to try and get early. I go pure armor personally. The only thing you'll need is to probably get 1 or 2 gear pieces with some form of plus intelligence or plus strength to help out with the attribute requirements of balancing int-based spells with strength-based gear. But I just do armor. Armor is so strong during the campaign. Because you're so reliant on your flask during campaign, armor, in my opinion, is quite superior to ES. Because the mitigation, as well as increasing the effectiveness of the recovery of your flask, just kind of go hand in hand. I'll pretty much, if I can, I'll always go armor in campaign, irrespective of what I'm playing. Why does Flame Blast not hit these guys sometimes? It's like so weird. Like again, didn't hit him at all. Oh, I'll just kill him the old-fashioned way. What did I pick up there? Okay, so a few questions there. I'll keep it paused while I kind of go through this. Didn't know if I saw ES. No, I never go ES. I haven't played ES in about 1.5 leagues. Even potentially 2 leagues. I don't even know if I played it in 0.4. I'm a big fan of armor on Infernalist. Infernalist synergizes just so extremely well with armor. Don't know much about armor. Can you explain its benefits in more details? Look, armor is harder to set up because it typically will need combinations of some sort of conversions as well as armor applies to elemental damage. So it's a lot tighter on gear, especially on your suffixes, but especially if we're just purely talking about the campaign, the reason armor is superior to ES is you have access to your life flask in relation to your health pool during the campaign is massive. And your life flask does absolutely nothing for your ES. And ES, without any sort of reliable form of sustain, sure, you can get convalescence, but that can only, you know, especially in hardcore, feels a little bit clunky. Whereas if you got armor, not only are you mitigating typically quite easily in the campaign about 50% of your physical damage, which is probably the primary source of damage you're taking during the campaign. Not only are you mitigating probably about 50% more of the damage you're taking in comparison to ES, your life flask is then sustaining you. So you're taking less damage, your life flask is more efficient, you can use your life flask for your sustain, and it's just so much cozier.
That were a good hunt.
Yeah, there's obviously ways of plenty of people use ES, so it's not like it's horrible or anything like that. And I will always stress, I'm very biased. And also very biased from the fact that I'm coming from the perspective of an infernalist who's got extra tools in order to make the armor even more efficient compared to other classes. And I always put the asterisks on the end as well, saying armor is a lot harder to set up. There's a lot more pressure on your suffixes especially. Flame Blast is super strong, although it's a little bit clunky in maps I'm noticing sometimes in terms of hitting things. Seems to kind of miss things occasionally. Yeah, it sounds like there's ways to make ES a lot more effective from what Herminator's saying. Okay, so why did the Flame Blast not hit that guy? Like, I'm a bit confused why these Abyss rares seem to completely avoid Flame Blast damage. Yeah, exactly. Ultimately, people will gravitate towards what they're comfortable with. Yo, Goldhand. Yeah, that Goldhand, and also I know that I've always had this issue with the Abyss rares where I still, to this day, do not understand how some of their certain modifiers work and how even with regular damage, they sometimes seem to be completely immune from damage. They won't have it like... They'll have no proximal tag on them or whatnot, yet they'll do, you know, yet you'll do absolutely no damage to them for like a couple of seconds. God, that's so satisfying though for bosses. Oh, sorry, Peak Alley. I did see that question earlier and got bombarded with a whole bunch of others and forgot to come back to it. How do I Pyropact and Hardcore armor? There's only two ways to handle Pyropact reliably in Hardcore. You'd either need to go the absolute pure runic ward stacking route with Chaos Inoculation, so you have one life and 0 ES, and hence Pyropact would do literally 0 damage because it scales off your ES and life. Going pure runic ward in Hardcore has its issues and challenges though. You're not going to have any stun threshold. You're not going to have any ailment threshold. Typically, that build relies on getting a Slaven with very high block chance for its defensive layer, even though you can get a little bit of armor with that as well. But typically, there's that approach. Alternatively, there's the approach that I recommend, which is what I've used on all my THC characters thus far, and that is, again, I like stacking armor, and if you've got a lot of armor, and especially a lot of armor applies to fire damage, that plus 75% fire res pretty much reduces the pyro pack damage down to near negligible amounts. So, for instance, say you had 2,000 life, or probably more realistically, let's say 3,000. You know, let's say your armor applies to fire, reduces that by about 80%. So that you're taking about 600 damage, and then 75% fire resistance will knock that down. You're typically taking in the range of anywhere from, probably realistically, about anywhere from 50 to 200 damage per pyro pact. And then if you got some sustain, some guard, or, you know, just sometimes your life lasts. Depends on, like, typically in hardcore, with the exception of the little bit of the crazy experiment I did with the cast on elemental ailments, typically most builds won't be like triggering pyro pact at crazy rates. So taking the odd 150, let's say, damage hit is not going to be very annoying or very, like, I don't even know what's the word I'm looking for. I'm drawing a blank. It's just, it's not going to be too hard to handle. How much of the breach tree have I done? That much of it. About, about a third. I pretty much just focused on getting the extra points. In the campaign, campaign hardcore, I typically get the Infernal Hound and put Loyalty and Last Gasp on it for the 10% damage reduction. Do not get Altered Flesh until you get Chaos Resistance. You'd probably want at least 40-50% Chaos Resistance to make Altered Flesh worthwhile. So you're primarily taking it for the physical to Chaos conversion. So if you've got no Chaos Resistance, you're practically getting no value out of it. Man, I got 4 levels in this map. What the hell is going on? Super active chat today. Wow. Okay. Armor to Ellie. Yes, exactly. Exactly what Kadashi said. I could have just said, look at what Kadashi said. Do you know, yeah, swapping up my build now for the Deadeye. I'm guessing, Kadashi, you're referring to taking Altered Flesh without Chaos Resistance, in which case, yeah, it would make sense. The reason why Altered Flesh, you want to avoid it unless you have the Chaos Resistance is, if you're stacking armor irrespectively, all you're doing is effectively redirecting 20% of the physical damage, which you already have a source of mitigation for with your armor, to a damage type which you've got no mitigation to. So you're actually technically going to take more damage if you don't have Chaos Resistance. Yeah, exactly. ES has the downside of taking double damage to Chaos, which is another reason I like armor in the campaign especially. Pyro Pact honestly is more often than not just a quality of life feature. You should be able to manage with most builds without it. Any attack-based build, so if you're doing, for instance, the Infernalist Shield Wall, it's very easy just simply to get one life leech suffix on either a ring or the gloves, and you've pretty much solved your mana. Most caster builds can just get a little bit of mana regen or mana remnants or something like that and solve their mana. Technically, you only really need Pyro Pact for cast on builds. However, since I am stacking armor and can mitigate a lot of the Pyro Pact, I end up taking it on practically most of my builds if I can, purely from a quality of life perspective. It just frees up and makes gearing so much easier because you don't need to worry about mana regen or any, form of mana sustain. You're immune to the mana siphon rings on the rares, which are super common in, induced content. I'm going for a plant, cast on ailment. Yeah, then you'll probably need it eventually. But yeah, you probably want to go with armor stacking then, and armor applies to Ellie a fair amount of it. Plants, I find it not that mana hungry because, what is it? Wild Surge Incantation reduces their cost by 50%. I don't know. I'd never had any real issues with plants. Maybe in endgame. I haven't played plants deep into endgame, so I'm not sure how crazy it gets. But in campaign, it's super comfortable, I find. Oh, so juicy. 4 levels from one map. Wow. Is there still some more? Where are the rest of the abysses? I missed one somewhere. Oh, yeah. God, I should have just used a checkpoint. Watch out, Herminator. Rabbit will disown you. Yeah, I'll take your word for it, Ajak, because like I said, I haven't played deep into the end game with plants. Oh, made it all the way to the jewel. Armor, flammability, penetration. Armor, ignite. Flammability, that's a nice one. Yo, Numbling, what's up, bud? Doing really good.
These are our supplies.
Getting some crazy experience. Just got like 5 levels in one map. Kind of nutty.
What is it? Choose what you need. As expected, time is of the essence.
By the way, if anyone has or finds lightning coils, can you save them for me, please? We'll be more than happy to trade for them.
Greetings. What do you think? Deal.
Lightning coil. It looks like this. It's basically the lightning equivalent of Cloak of Flame. However, it's got a roll range, so takes a little bit more investment to get one up and running, and it's got quite a hefty negative resistance. But I may potentially, if I farm up the currency again, may try and make one and work it into the build. Because it'll ultimately result in a little bit more armor, more life, and still have the same effect as the Cloak of Flame.
Greeting. Take your time. For now, we part.
Oh, Ignite Magnitude, that's a good start. Ignite Fire, oh, that's potential. Potential. Can you chance it? Ancestral Mail, not sure, to be honest. That reminds me to check the... When I checked last night, I don't think there was any... One Divine. I don't even have the Divine to spare for it. $51. Oh, overall. It's not a bad, but 50 Divine, no thank you. I'd actually prefer a 3 socket with this as close to 50 as possible.
What's new?
Let's see if there are any takers.
Okay, so we'll grab this one. 1 Divine. I have no idea how common or rare these things are. Why am I avoiding Ignited Ground when I'm immune to it? Oh shit. Okay, well that was a bit... That got the heart a little bit pumping. Holy shit, the density of these creatures are actually pretty scary. Okay, I've focused so much on scaling the Flame Blast, I think I've kind of let the Ember Fuselage fall a little bit by the wayside here. Did you get a clip of it? Oh. Okay, well that was a bit... Oh. I do still have almost 1,000 ward, keep in mind. People sometimes forget that. They'll see the health globe. But yeah, I still do have quite a bit of ward underneath. But it's still, yeah, it freaked me out, obviously, as well, as you saw by my reaction. Gave me a bit of a heart palpitation there for a second. But yeah, I do. That's why I do like having the ward. It's almost like the health globe's at oh shit meter, but I do know I've got a safety net. But even so, that's a big spike of damage. What is this? That probably the cold explosions? Yeah, I'm just standing in a whole bunch of shit being sloppy. Thank you for the clip though, Everseed. Good timing. I may just full send it, to be honest, and when I get to level 80, I'll just dump all the gear off of my Infernalist onto this guy. We may as well. Look, am I realistically going to go back to Infernalist? Probably not. May as well full send it on this guy and have some fun. Yeah, the ground explosion, especially when they can... Like, you don't quite notice just how much they've stacked up. And it looks like there's one or two, and you don't realize there's about 4 or 5 of them all piled on top of each other, and all of a sudden you just get this huge spike in damage. Just need to take it a little bit slower. I'm getting a little bit gung-ho. I'm not sure what the trade value is on some of the more top-end lineage supports in THC. Would it be a fair trade if I offered someone the +2 levels to support Uthrid lineage gem in exchange for a Varana's siege? Is that something that would be worth? Oh shit, buggered up my Flame Blast. Swipe the person who, yeah, fair. God, he's just sitting there in an absolute chokehold. There we go. Eat the Flame Blast, please. There you go. Yeah, too true, Herm. Isn't this Deodries?
All in a day's work.
It's crazy how active THC still feels like it is. Feels like there's still a heap of people very actively playing it. Have to say, all of you hardcore guys are super dedicated, that's for sure. Like, see, look, the Flame Blast, look, the Flame Blast just was right on top of this guy's head. I'll do it again. Like, why is that not doing anything to him? Again. Like this, why is this guy immune to Flame Blast? Could someone explain? Does the elemental resistance aura make him immune to it? Like, I do so much damage that surely that's like applying the flammability. Yo, Bad English, welcome, buddy. Hey, glad you enjoyed the podcast. That was so much fun. He was out of the void. I did it about what 3 or 4 times then, and he was out of the void every single time. I don't know, the Abyss rares have got these weird immunity phases which I seriously don't understand. My understanding was that they're immune to everything inside the void. It's when you pull them outside of the void that you can damage them. Yeah, pretty sure we're both out of it. I don't know. If I run into another one, I'll show you guys again. So as much as Ember Fusage is fun, it's definitely kind of struggling on the higher density stuff. Once I put Rakiata's Flow on it, maybe it'll do enough damage to feel better, but at the moment it's feeling a little bit lackluster. It's like those breach moments. Let's see if we get one during this void. Oh, this map is awful when it comes to the layout and the different level changes and chokeholds. Yeah, I've had super inconsistent experiences with these Abyss rares when it comes to when they take damage or not. Alright, let's see if this guy takes damage. Like there, look, I did the flame blast right on top of this guy. Why? Alright, let's have another look. Okay, that time it did hit him. Maybe it's this map and there's like literally like a 1mm elevation change and it's not hitting him because of that. That's another thing I've noticed with big AoE type skills on maps. Is that you'll have the slightest elevation change or a little pebble in the way and it doesn't hit things. I remember the one time I played around with Frost Nova, it felt kind of clunky at times due to that reason. Okay, so there's a spin attack as well. That's good to know. Let's see what rare comes out of this one. So that was that whip attack just then that you guys are talking about. I think I saw it. Let's see if I can damage either of these two. See, like... so confused, honestly. Like, someone please explain this to me. Okay, that one got hit. That one's still alive. This one's that, like... what's this got on it? Fucking... cold resist, crit resistant, that's fine. Literally sit right on top of his face.
Need a sec.
Is it a flammability thing? Is the initial hit not doing it? 29 flamm. Maybe it's maybe I need more flammability. Maybe it's an issue of flammability and the initial hit not doing enough damage. Which seems weird considering I can like one-shot bosses with it, yet there's a rare which doesn't take enough damage. Well, maybe I need to play around with flammability. Still seems super weird. Oh, I didn't kill him. Oh. Yeah, I need to suss some things out with this. Is there still some abysses somewhere? I have a suspicion I may have to get the support gem for the more flammability. Yeah, Bill's feeling fantastic for bosses. Not too bad on lower density maps, but definitely falls over at higher density. Brachiotas on the Ember Fuselage will obviously help quite a bit, but is that going to be enough? Try that. What was it? 3-1. 15. I'm a little bit over on strength ones. Yo, Kev. Overall good. General map clear feels great. Bossing feels great. Higher density, kind of crazier content feels a little bit lackluster. The Flame Blast is a little bit clunky to use. Can be a little bit sketchy. While the Emperor Fuselage kind of struggles because it could only change so much. So I may need to explore some ideas. Another level though, and I'm going to pull the gear off the Infernalist and just go all in. Bugger it. So, Rakiatas and things like that may help.
Greetings. What do you think?
Not great. I need a... Well, I kind of have been trying to charge it for 2 seconds irrespectively for the Burgeon. But that, it's always an option to bump up the cast speed more and just drop Burgeon though. But kind of, that's about it. It's not horrible, but probably about 2 seconds charge time.
How can I help? This is what we have available. Bring any tomes you find.
Oh, +3 proj. Hello. I'll deal with that a bit later. Yeah, but for bosses it feels phenomenal. For general mapping it feels phenomenal. It's just that kind of crazy, kind of like breach, rituals. Those kind of real high, super high density moments that's feeling a little bit off. And we're kind of having a little bit of issues with the bis rares as well, seemingly being immune to damage sometimes, which is a bit, feels a bit clunky. They're both good starts. Do that one, and at 80 we'll swap some gear around. Actually, that's Flotsam again. Let's kind of do a better map. Forge. Trenches. Well, don't even know what the map this is, but we'll have a look. Most of the Ember Fuselage builds that I've seen typically will end up with like the Palm of the Dreamer to help with clear. I think I've just gone too much all in on like Ignite and things like that for the Flame Blast because I was having fun with it yesterday and I've potentially made the Ember Fuselage suffer a little bit as a result. I don't know, still early days though, so, you know, these are the challenges of doing something new. We'll work through it. Like you can see here, when the density kind of picks up, I don't know, it's feeling like the MB Fuselage is dropping off a little bit. I'm relying on the Flame Blast too much. And you've got also these shield blocking rares. With Wrath 50C and just focus on your raw damage. I can't speak for the Flame Blast setup, never used it, but in soft Gormba kind of heavily takes off when you're using it in 102. Not sure what you said there in the in 1-2 casting. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. You just kind of go all in on it. That is another option. How do you typically solve your mana, Kadashi? On a setup like that? Because I'd imagine that'd be very mana hungry. Oh shit. Why did I run into this area? Oh, yeah, we're bailing out of that. No thanks. We got the level up. I got a little bit... That was a skill issue. Rather than running into the already discovered area, I ran into an abyss area. That was a bit silly. Another idea is just go up to get this elemental equilibrium and also focus more on getting some lightning infusions. So just the standard Remnant and this is what you're talking about, these two, yeah? Arcane and Vigorous. Yeah, I've seen that used. What unique body do you think? Oh, it's definitely that movement speed one. Was it the forest one? You love that one. Of course. Start moving my way up here. I'll grab some gear off the Infernalist, I think. We'll just YOLO it. Actually, do I? Do I risk all the good gear on my Infernalist? What do you guys think? Do we go all in? Or do we keep plugging away a little bit more organically? It's going to be pretty... Am I actually going to go back to the Infernalist at any point, though? Like, do I still want to play that cast on build? I've played it so much. I'd probably just level a new character. Show you guys how I do. Maybe do like a pure SSF start, non-twinked. Show you guys how I do my plant leveling. Yeah, let's just go all in. And grab the stuff off the Infernalist. The thing is, I just don't see myself ever coming back and playing this guy. That's the only thing. The cloak over there is alright already. This stays, this has to come. The amulet I had over there was actually not too bad, but I'll take this as well, just in case. The focus over there probably stays. Or do I recraft this one to be a fire one? Don't have a lot of chaos orbs. I do have the expedition craftables to remake it, but I'd have to annul it down and then try and get either spell damage or fire damage. And I don't have a lot of chaos orbs. Probably keep that here. Do I use Olroths on the other one? Maybe a shitload tankier. Yeah, we'll take the Olroths. Take this as well. We're gutting it. Does Strictest Shard work with Ember Fuselage? I may test that out. It may be interesting. We don't need Valentas. We want the Rakiatas. Grab the Uthrids in case there is somewhere we can use it. Morrigans, we're not doing any freeze, so it's mostly just these items. There's probably a bunch of jewels here that maybe would be worth pulling across. Probably need the fire resistance ones. Oh, look, we'll start off with that and see how it looks. Alright, you're sorted, Math. You're rich. Don't spend that div in all one go.
Welcome. This is what we have available. Carry on.
Okay, now let's see what we've got here. Probably a better jewel that we can use in there. This is the important one, this helmet for the chaos. Armor applies to chaos. Resistances are okay. Lightning's well over. Where am I getting all the extra lightning from? Why was the other character balanced? It's way over on the lightning. It's interesting. A little bit confused with it. Oh, the lightning roll here. That's why. Well, that's actually frees up a socket, which is going to be nice. So we got the socket free. One of these sockets free. We'll throw out the fire pen and put in the Rakiatas on the Ember Fuselage. I was actually tempted to try this as well. Where would I put it though? Zenith. Is that this is actually work. Kinda. May play around with that. Seems kind of fun. One, two supports. I could 24 if I put this in here. 26 does work. It's always a little bit more magnitude, I believe. Minor, but a little bit. Take this jewel. I still need this cold. Kinda do. Okay, so that lightning rune is free. We can throw this in here. So resistance to the balance. Armor looks okay-ish. Need to change the instillment on this. Probably will get this just to help out. Despair, guilt, envy. I'm pretty sure I'll have enough for that. Put this back. Keep the Zenith in case I do take the tricksters out. What do I want in there instead? Got 800 ward. What would 20% of that be? 8160. Is it worth throwing in one of these? Some periodic guard, or is there something else higher value? Boots. Helmet. Not really. I think I'll just use this. Everything still looks okay. So just that. What was the mana one? Despair, guilt, envy. Well, this is going to be brutal if we do rip on this character. Just chucked on all our good gear.
You want what they have, and no one cares.
One thing we will do is we'll level up all our stuff. We should be able to do 17s now. Level 72, maybe 18s even. Yeah, cool. So 17 go back. Grab all the 18s. The fuselage, up you go. Flame blast, up you go. And a tempest. All the storms. Crossbomb. The rest are fillers, that's fine. And blasphemy. Three, 15, 14, I need one more. Actually, I can take one of these out, should be balanced. If I'm correct. 94, 66, yep. Balancing the supports for the Gemling Ascendancy is a little bit annoying, but it's alright. Intelligence requirements. We're under 132, okay.
Yes.
Let's try something else.
Everything enabled. Yep. All the gear seems enabled, yep. Okay. Let's try a map. This will be interesting. Who's this last row? Not here. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this. Whee! Hey. The Cloak of Flame MTX is classy. Why don't I use a crossbow when I've got Rakiatas? Not sure how I'm feeling about the build. It's kind of what I was worried about. It would feel good to start, and then into the end game it'll drop off a little bit, and that's definitely what it feels like it's happening. Yeah, it's just the clear on the Ember Fusage isn't dealing enough damage. I really think the only path forward would be, both of which would be probably pretty high investment, would be either to get the crit amulet. Well, let me rephrase. The only two ways forward from a pure fire spell point of view would be to get the crit base modifier on the amulet from Breach and scale into crit, or as I think Kadachi said, set up a whole bunch of cast on, get the spell slinger weapon set 2 bug thing set up for another source of Ember Fuselage, and get a cast on elemental ailment. So there's basically 3 Ember Fuselage sources firing and solve mana. That's probably the only 2 ways for, or alternatively abandon the fire spells and go for Black Flame. Or, it's not the worst idea, potentially just go Fireball and see if we could do something with that, maybe. Get Siphon Elements set up and just get, I don't know, set up the Spell Slinger with Living Bomb. Just get a whole bunch of fire infusions and just spam the screen full of fireballs. A single target's good at least, but yeah, the high density feels kind of awful at the moment. Not awful. It's passable, but it's not great. We're only at T11s, and it's kind of struggling. If this was a T15, I'd probably be like, yeah, it's kind of bearable, but it's just going to get worse. This is always the challenge and the problem with fire spells, is that unless you go chaos, all the other elements really ultimately need to scale into crit. And because the base crit on fire spells is so low, they tend to struggle the most, which is why I said if we do need to scale into crit, we probably need to farm breach for that amulet. And then there's the challenge of trying to get that modifier along with like probably at least +2 levels to spells, so it's going to be very hard. Yeah, Zoss. You can get it on the altered collarbone as well. So you can either get it through the lavish womb gifts through the currency tree, or you can get it crafted directly onto the amulet with the 5% chance for, I think, yeah, Zoss or whatever it is. Yeah, fire-based crit modifier. What's gamble shot again? I'll have to have a look. Like, I suspect the only thing that's making this remotely work at the moment is very heavily leaning on Rakiatas. The other option is that I just abandon this character for a day, go off and theory craft some ideas, and we jump back on the Infernalist and have some fun, go do Bodash or something like that. We still haven't done that. Yeah, g'day Zleppy. Pull me up if I pronounce anything wrong. Um, 3%. Every wild shard prop benefits from that, obviously. But 3% is still... It's not massive. You know, if you stack 10, 12 embers, yeah, it is. It's not significant. It's, you know, it's decent, but building completely around it is a little bit
Welcome. Take your time.
not worth at this stage. Give me a sec, I'm just going to grab my coffee. Quick toilet break and then grabbing my coffee. Ah, copy, copy. All right. What I think I'm going to do, the experiment I think has reached a point where I kind of know the pain points. I need to do some theory crafting, but I'm going to do that off stream. And it's probably whatever solution I come up with is going to need some currency. So I think the smart play here is to jump back on the Infernalist and just do some farming. Just blast some expedition, get our currencies back up. It'll be a lot more fun than sitting here watching me POB for 2 hours as well. So we're going to swap all this gear back. I think that scepter needs to come across as well. Tricksters, Rakiatas. Vitality, cannibalism, herbalism. I think that was it, wasn't it? I don't think there was anything else. That was already there. What's the alternate quality on Fireball on the Gemling? Because that Fireball idea that someone raised, to be honest, seems like it could potentially be something fun. But I'd still probably need the amulet with the base crit increase, because I think I just ultimately I think we're just gonna have to go into crit. Shit, that's actually not too bad. That'll be more so about, I think, 16 or 18 with all the other sources of quality we have. Get a consistent source of fire infusions. So that'll probably be Spell Slinger with Living Bomb and Siphon Elements, just with all the fire damage causing ignites. Could be some fun. It's an idea. But again, I need investment for that. So let's set this back up. I think that was the right gem. Oh god, I changed the thing in it, didn't I? Ah, there was a couple of jewels. Yo, Slimbone, what's up, buddy? The crit chance on the altered collarbone is a relatively high chance off memory, although I do remember once on softcore I was trying to set up some sort of fire build. I can't even remember what it was, but I do remember that I had to use like 2 or 3 omens of light before it hit, so it's definitely not guaranteed and you can get unlucky. I need the fire resistance jewels. Where are they? That's that one. Is this one that I pulled off? Potentially. So remember I pulled a couple of these jewels off, so I can't remember no, I don't think I was using that one. I think it may have been this one that I pulled off as well. I think that's it. Yeah, it'll be that one as well. So we hit a bit of a roadblock, Slim. It felt really good up until about T10, 11 maps, and then the higher density started to be a little bit problematic. The Ember Fuselage just wasn't keeping up. Where am I missing the... Oh, yeah, because I need the boots. So the boots, I believe, had a lightning rune on them. Yeah, it would have to be lightning. And we get the fire through the jewels, I believe. So many of jewel sockets have I got here? 1, 2, 3. Well, it's definitely the 2 fire resistance ones. What would have been the other one? My guess is probably this one. And that had these in it. Life, regen, more recovery. I don't think there was anything else that could go in there. We had the Rakiatas in the Comets. Ah, Uthrids. So, kind of got distracted there, Slim. Yeah, hit a bit of a roadblock. We know the pain points. In short, it kind of dropped off a little bit. Mostly an issue with high density content. If I want to stick with fire spells, probably the 2 main options are to have a couple of more cast on effects and just really ramp up the number of fuselage that I'm firing out. Or I need to get the base crit chance modifier on the amulet through breach. So either way, it's probably going to require some currency to get up and running. So we're jumping back onto the Infernalist to farm some expedition and get some more currency. Because it's probably going to take me a bit of theory crafting, and like I said, I'll probably still need the the resources from a currency point of view to get it set up. So I'm not going to sit here for 2-3 hours on stream. It's probably going to be boring content watching me kind of beat my head against the wall. And the Infernalist is cool, so we'll just throw it against Expedition, see if we can get an older saga. Actually, I'll pull the tablets off the Gemling as well, because I had some experience tablets there. Especially the irradiated one. I think everything else here is functional. What can we put for a third charm? What's worthwhile throwing in here? Could get a little bit more recoup with that. Grants you maximum rage. Isn't there one that gives you a charge? Ah, that reminds me, I do need to put on this, the spare guilt fear. That would have been, so we do want the Pinnacle of Power. I'm guessing you're going to get the slow immunity, Sleppy. Should change the stream title back to Infernalist as well.
You cover your eyes, but your guilt will follow you.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's super good in hardcore. Okay, last charm and then we're good to go. Thank you for bearing with me there. Swear there was a charm that gave you power charges, isn't there? Grants a power charge on use. Is there any other, maybe slow immunity? Actually, slow immunity would probably be really nice. I don't think off memory, I'm not running charge regulation here. The power charges would simply be to facilitate getting the pinnacles of power up more often. Or I can just go the greedy option and just get a little bit more rarity. Poison immunity is another option. Yeah, Fallen Axle though, I don't have one. And I'd imagine they're not cheap. Yeah. Good. When I get a couple of divines, that would probably be a good option. But in the meantime, I'll probably just use a slow. See if we can get one with guard on it. Life. Mana, life. That one will do for now. Don't want to overthink it. Alright, get some... What's our expeditions like? Okay, please tell me I have logbooks, or do I need to farm some? Need to farm one. Okay. I think I'm just going to rush the travel maps. Yeah, let's just rush the travel maps. Try and find a logbook. Sinkhole. Port. Do that. Oh no, what happened, Kadashi? So you're going armor. This is a T15 map from the look of it. Oh, it's just a slam from the hyena boss. Oh, just one shot. Whoa. Ouch. Yeah, that Sam. Yeah, this is why in hardcore I have persisted with using the Cloak of Flames. The amount of max hit that this increases is ridiculous, but damn man, 07, that's rough. It's definitely a scary boss. I think it doesn't hit quite as hard as Monkey does it, but I believe it's right up there. It's one of the highest physical damage hits you can take. And you had the mirror, double, two of them. Ugh. Unlucky, buddy. Let's see if I can remember how to play this build. It's been like 2 or 3 days. Let's see if I remember all the rotations and shit. So I'm just looking for the expedition because all we're looking for is a logbook. Yo, Atomic! Hey, buddy. There we go. Okay. Fingers crossed we get a logbook here. Quite a few flags around, so promising. Okay, so flags. Decent remnant. And do the 5 random currency while we're at it, and some flags down here. And the reason I'm mentioning flags, for anyone that's not aware of Expedition, the way to farm logbooks is to basically pop these pillars with the little blue idol and red flags on it. So, like, we'll grab that. Hopefully there, yep. And these two. They uncover rare mobs who have high chances of dropping logbooks. Really should check if I've got the right loot filter actually. I think that is right. Yeah, if you're aware of the flags, it's actually really easy to self-sustain, except I obviously was a little bit lax in doing it when I was playing this character previously. It's kind of rushing through the travel maps and not farming them properly. Okay, no luck. Bugger. You know what, we'll actually bail out of the map because we don't actually need anything else except those logbooks. So we'll just go to the next one since we've got a lot of these travel maps uncovered. Sandpit, that's a good one. Bit of Dead looks like a lot of fun. Who was it? Like, I think Miso made a build for it. Oh god, these witch hags. Scary. Through this relatively quickly. Yeah, 2k guard. It's very nice. Very, very nice. People freak out. You have no idea how many comments I get on my YouTube guides on these kind of builds. They go, oh my god, you're so squishy, you have, you know, 1,500 life. Like, I was even using it Zeri, so I was actually even deliberately lowering my max life, and people be like, you've got no survivability, and they don't realize I'm running around with like 100,000+ armor, using the Olroth flask, getting like 2,000 guard on top of my like 3,000 odd ward. It's like, I'm practically immortal. Although now that I've just said that, I'll probably like jinx myself. I'm gonna rip soon. A little bit rusty on the rotation for the... Okay, so the expedition's over there. A little bit rusty on the rotation of all these different things, keeping pinnacles of power up. And using the frost walls to make sure I also trigger Morrigan's. I believe in... I'll pull up the POB for those who are interested, but I think the physical max hit on this character was up around 11 or 12k, if not higher. And I'm not sure if that's factoring in things like guard and stuff like that. So if I've got all my shit up, the reality is it's probably somewhere around the 15 to 20k, I'd imagine. Kind of used a couple of these, so I may as well get another one. Wait. What happened with Blaze? Did something happen with Blaze that I missed? What Discord post? If you're talking about the rip at 99, I'm obviously aware of that. I thought something happened like literally just this moment. Might as well get some chaos orbs while we get these flags. Oh, is there some drama that's been going on? Hold on. Hold on. It sounds like fun. Really doesn't want to drop me a logbook, do they? I'm getting what I deserved here. I talked about how easy it is to sustain logbooks, and now it's the game's just going to troll me by refusing to drop one. Okay, so the short of it from what you guys are saying is someone was trolling Blaze, and Blaze just went, well, screw you, and kicked him out of the league.
As expected, time is of the essence.
If so, fair play. People were asking. Oh, I already have one open. Why'd I open another? I think this is the one. That looks about right. Fizz hit's a bit lowish. Is that correct? Like, is that with the runic ward factor in? Can never remember where to look where it shows whether it's factoring in the runic ward. Either way, it's about 10k, but that's not factoring in guard and things like that. Hold on. You gotta love us. Make sure I'm going back to town.
8-5. Okay. How do we find his name? Forkers. Oh shit, bro. See ya. See you later. Yo, have fun not being in the league anymore. You fucking dickhead. Yeah, fucking dickhead. First level 100 Barasha? Not in THC.
Is it me or is it like the expression of Blaze's funny? He's enjoying it. He's like, look how happy he is here.
Fucking dickhead.
Look how happy he is here.
First level 100 Barasha? Not in THC.
So, the eve of
Thank you for that. Yeah, I don't keep too up to date with Discord.
Power to wield.
Is this the expedition? No. That is, though. Alright, where are all the flaggies? Decent sized remnant as well. Let's clear everything around here. Flag here. Flags up here. Here. Not many. Give me a logbook, please, so we can do more expeditions. Game's trolling me. I'm telling you, game's trolling me. I said logbooks were easy. Oh, there's a Reddit post as well. Shit. Oh shit, he was actually level 98, so it's not some just random dude that's popped in. That's someone that's legitimately invested a fair amount of time. Yeah, I'm not gonna pipe in on the whole D4 versus PoE 2. I'll just say PoE 2 is definitely much more complex than D4, and I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, Kev, it is the flags. It's just, in my experience, there's typically a lot higher drop chance, but like I said, the game's heard me talking up how easy they are to get, so now that's just going to refuse to give them to me. That's another idea as well. We could almost maybe farm Simu. That probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either. May give the character a little bit of a stress test as well. We haven't really thrown this character at 200% deli and hardcore yet. Kind of just all been expedition. Alright, let's see if we have a bit more luck with the flags this time around. Alright. Whole stack of flags around this middle area. A couple here. Let's see how we go. Wait, what? Blaze, the boys in chat have just been talking about you and trying to fill me in on certain events. What's happened? Are you serious? Did Timmy remove you? You're kidding, right? You just... Please tell me you're just having a laugh. Hold on. This just escalated. I thought it was all a little bit of a laugh, but now shit's getting serious. I may have to dig up this Discord post. And why are these logbooks avoiding me? Wow. Have you managed to catch him since the removal? Damn, man. Shit is escalating. Where's my Discord? I'm guessing this is the post. Hope you guys are staying off the beach more than me. Quick statement about what went down yesterday. Too long didn't read. I kicked someone out of league while live on stream. Yesterday was my first stream back after a 5-day break following a hectic 14-day push where I was playing 12 plus hours a day. That ended with a tragic death. That was brutal, man. This person came into my stream immediately trying to rage bait myself and my chat. I've dealt with plenty of trolls and usually put up with it because it can be funny, but he quickly moved into directly attacking me. He called my rank 1, level 99.85 depth, a 200 plus hour character, a disgrace, completely preventable, and a lack of skill. There was some skill issue involved, but that level of toxicity is not acceptable towards anyone in THC. Fun fact, he was calling D4 easier than PoE 2 while playing the same Varashta build I died on at rank 1 after dying 5 times himself. He continued provoking me, saying he should be happy I died so he could achieve what I couldn't. At that point, I decided he was an issue for the league and could treat others the same way. After learning his character name, I removed him. To be clear, his character was not killed as he claims. It was migrated to hardcore trade where he can continue playing. His character simply isn't in the league anymore. I love THC for many reasons, but the main reason is community. Here. This is one of the most wholesome places in PoE 2, virtually no drama or toxicity. It's about helping each other and lifting each other up. I sometimes prefer playing here over the main league because it feels like one giant guild. I can echo that statement, definitely does. I'm constantly giving away items and helping people, and it's awesome seeing more people join. That being said, I could have handled this better and resolved it off stream. I do, however, stand by my decision. This isn't what people enjoy about THC, and I want to protect what makes this community special. I'm guessing this is not just basically evidence that, yeah. Yeah, okay. Hey, look, on the surface, to me, it sounds completely justified for the exact reasons you said. We don't need that shit in this community. The whole reason the community has grown to the level it has is because of the community. Sorry, the league has grown to the level it has because of the community. Like initially when I heard the guys in my chat just now talking about it, I thought the guy was just having a bit of a laugh, but it sounds like it got serious, and yeah, fuck that shit. I think we really need to get an answer. Like, I think you need to get an answer from Timmy, because I guess the painting isn't quite complete without finding out the justification or the reasoning behind the removal. So we still have that missing piece. So I'll probably withhold any sort of judgment until the whole picture is complete in that respect. But on the surface level, yeah, it's a bit of a shock. Well, not a bit of shock, a big shock. When I think of THC, obviously Timmy is the first person that comes to mind, but I do know that yourself and quite a few others, I think Herminator as well, I think there's a group of what, probably half a dozen of you, which pretty much, for a lack of a better way of putting it, administrated the whole league. So I always consider you one of the faces of the league, so to have you just removed like that seems pretty dramatic. I wrote this before I knew, yeah. Yeah, the big question mark I've got is, has something happened since that discussion or whatnot? That's why I say the painting's a little bit incomplete in that what's happened since then? Like, how long ago did you have this hour discussion last night? Sorry, just because the time zone differences, last night for me may mean something to you. I'm guessing it's more than like 12 or so hours. Like Sandspit. Isn't Timmy typically on during this? Like, is he on at the moment? I'll definitely chase him up, man, because that seems like you said, out of left field is the best way to put it. It's hard to see a world where, like I said, you're such a massive part of this community where can't see a world where ever some random dude's word would be taken at higher face value than your own and lead to a situation like this. Not to presume that's what's happened, but it's very, very shocking. I don't think it's about anyone's world. Yeah, something's going. Yeah, something's a bit weird about all this. Unless it's just on a matter of like principle or something about of that. Although I don't know enough about Timmy behind, like from a personal level. Like obviously I've interacted with him a few times. Seems like a super nice guy, but in terms of like the administration of the league, I'm not sure what kind of stances he takes with respect to these kind of things. Is it? But you, like you said, you had a discussion with him, so I'd imagine he would have raised it then if it was one of those kind of like, oh, look, it would have been great if you could have discussed this with me before doing X, Y, Z. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really want to presume things. The best course of action definitely just seems to be talk to Timmy, really. Oh god, why couldn't that just reach? Have you left Timmy a message, Blaze? On Discord, so that when he does get on, he can hit you up? And I guess on that point, isn't there quite a few of you with moderation rights? Do you know for a fact that it was Timmy and not someone else? 'Cause that's another thing to consider. Do you know for a fact that it was Timmy? Because if you've had a positive conversation with him, maybe it was one of the other moderators. Because there's quite a few of you with like mod or officer, whatever it is, role. Only Timmy can remove officers. Okay. Man, this whole thing sounds super bizarre. Yo, thank you very much, Kev. Legend, bud. Much appreciated. And yeah, Blaze, thanks for filling us in, because yeah, we're kind of, the guys were talking about it, and I was like, had no idea what was actually going on. I really do hope you get in touch with Timmy and work this out, because this sounds super weird the way it's panned out. Especially considering you said you had a chat with him and it seemed all alright. Again, another expedition without a logbook. Logbooks, where are they? Pretty sure they don't drop in these chests, do they? Cheers, Kev. Blaze, if you're still around, let me know if there's anything I can help you out with, mate. Not that I'd imagine I can do much, but hey, if there is something I can do, please let me know.
Greetings. What do you think? Bring any tomes you find.
Is that, when you say forever ban, is that from private leagues in general or just that specific THC league? So when the next THC comes around, it's not like the new THC. That's right, I need more maps. But that's, like I said, Atomic, that's specific to this league, yeah? Like THC 4. When 5 comes around next time, it obviously doesn't flow on to that. Or any other new private league that gets created. So that would be brutal. You get removed from one private league and then you can't get invited back to any future private leagues. That sounds unlikely. But it leaves Blaze in a very awkward spot, because even if he now does have a discussion with Timmy, from what you're saying, Atomic, it sounds like even if Timmy wanted to invite him back, he wouldn't be able to. Man, that's some drama. Yo, Congley. How you doing, bud? Yeah, I'll definitely be on my next behavior now. Shit. Man, Blaze has had a rough time this league. First, the amount of energy I'd imagine it takes to stream and play the long hours, to do the push, to try and get to the 100 first. Rips. Quite literally at the last hurdle. Then some dude comes in and trolls him, rage baiting him. And then he gets kicked from the league just as he returns, excited to play a new build. Fuck. It's rough. Alright, couple of flags in this one, fingers crossed. Oh, shit. Thank you for the raid, Comview. Welcome, everyone. We're mostly asleep, fair enough. I appreciate the raid very much. Stream's going well. No, so to try and cut a long story short, the Gemling was going really well up until about level, I think I got to level 81. And I was starting to push up into the higher tier of maps. I think I was at tier 11 or 12s. And as I kind of in the back of my mind feared maybe a potential, is the Ember Fuselage for the map clear started to drop off a little bit, especially for higher density. And it didn't feel too great. I tried to put on the better, transfer some of the good gear from this Infernalist onto there. Kind of helped a little bit, but still didn't feel quite right. So there's a little bit of theory crafting and work I need to do off stream to see if there's some way that I can fix it. I've got some ideas. Getting the crit amulet, doing some cast on stuff, but both need some currency. So I'm jumped back on the Infernalist because I'm a bit short on currency. And I'm basically just going to farm stuff back up. But the Gemling is still alive. How'd your stream go, Com? How are you doing?
Welcome. What do you think? Carry on.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there'll be quite a few people that would be happy to see me back on the Infernalist. That's what I'm kind of known for after all, isn't it? Just catalyst farming. That's actually something I need to do on this THC. At the moment, what I'm trying to do is... the game is trolling me. I did this 2-minute speech about how easy it is to self-sustain logbooks and how you have to just uncover the little flags in the expeditions in the travel maps. And of course, now the game's trolling me. I think we've done about 5 travel maps and I still haven't dropped the logbooks. So we're doing some little bit of boring intermission kind of playthroughs of travel maps just to try and get a logbook so we can do some expeditions. Yeah, I swear the game listens to you. It hooks into your mic and it knows what you want and it deliberately hides it from you. Kev gave me a sub out of pity because he could see like the sorrow and pain I was going through running these travel maps trying to get a logbook, so I appreciate that, Kev. I know that's the real reason you did it. Oh, Kev, I'm not a tinfoil conspiracy theory type of person, but I swear that shit has happened to me before as well. Quite literally, like, would talk about something in the house, and no shit, the next day I'm getting ads about it on my phone and on the computer. It's like, what the fuck is going on? And it would be just like something real obscure, like in passing, you'd say, oh shit, I need, you know, XYZ. And yeah, next day targeted ads for XYZ. It's like, huh? What the hell is going on? Might as well pick up focuses. Hold on, I was looking for expedition. I kind of just went on autopilot there. I don't think I've done the expedition yet, have I? That seems like it's more close to the beginning. Might. Have I done the expedition? There is no expedition? I'm confused. I thought this was an expedition travel map. Oh, this build is, yeah, pretty decked out. Especially now that I got the Olroth flask. I'm kind of always running around with that was that 1.8. This overflows to about 1.8. So I've effectively got about 3.6 HP between life and ward, and I've typically either got Morrigan's Insight, Nature's Exchange, popping 2,000 guard, or I'm getting about 1.8 thousand guard from the Olroth. So I'm typically running around with about 5 or 6k HP. Hey Wintality, welcome back, buddy. Yeah, doing well. The Gemling hit a bit of a wall. I need some currency to progress it further, so we've jumped back on the Infernalist and we're trying to hunt down a logbook. Birds are CIA spies. Hold on. Alright, let's do an Abyss overrun. Actually, no. I really want a logbook. I want to do expeditions. Expeditions are fun. I'm not sure if you heard the story, Winter. I'm not sure when you popped in, but I was boasting about how easy it is to sustain logbooks, and the game's listened in on me, and now it's trolling me and not dropping any. What is the Snake Pit for? Snake Pit is the only way you're going to get Frostbolt to feel good. So Frostbolt by default, when you fire it off, if there's a monster, it will pass through it. It will pierce. So the default behavior of Frostbolts is they pierce everything. Pierces all targets. And it does projectile damage when it pierces. However, there is another portion of Frostbolt, which is the explosion damage. And you can see here, the tooltip is obviously not the whole picture, but it gives you an indication. It's quite a significant amount more than the projectile. And it's an explosion, so it has a radius, so it has an AoE effect as well. So really what you want is you want to get these explosions triggering as much as possible, but typically they only happen when you hit terrain. So you see here, terrain, boom, explosion. Now, the only way to do that is to remove the pierce. And the only way to do that is with this modifier off of Snake Pit. Projectiles from spells cannot pierce. And what this changes is, when it then hits a monster, it does that explosion instead of passing through it. Not only that, on the Snake Pit, it also has, in the left ring socket, projectiles from spells fork. So not only does it explode when it hits a mob, it then forks off into 2 more balls, and then those can explode if they hit things. So if you have high density, all of a sudden, the Frostbolts are exploding, forking, exploding. The explosions do more damage, and the overall effect is it just does a shitload more damage. Frostbolt without Snake Pit, honestly, is very, very lackluster. So yes, that's kind of my explanation for why Snake Pit with Frostbolt. Clear all this stuff, and then we'll have a look where the flags are. Alright, flaggy flags. A lot of flaggy flags. A lot of flaggy flags. Fingers crossed this is the one. We've got some big remnants here, so we may as well do those as well. What was this one up here? Whoops. Not really worth it. We are here primarily for the flaggy flags. There's one. Grab those 3. We'll move back through here. We'll avoid the remnant so we don't waste time, and we'll pick up all of those flags.
Time for some good old-fashioned destruction.
this isn't the logbook, then I am convinced the client is listening in on to me. Come on. If I could do the eye twitch thing, if I had the control over my eyebrows to do that, I'd be doing it right now. Hey guys, exciting Grand Expedition content on the Infernalists. Let's have some fun. Next minute, I'm doing travel maps for an hour just to try and get one logbook. Oh, shit. I deserve this. I deserve this. It's my own fault. Yeah, it's some form of expedition, isn't it? Did the drama spill over into global? Oh wow, shit! It is going off, isn't it? Holy wall of text. There's some pretty top level players kind of chiming in on this. Well, I'm not gonna get involved in this. Shit, it is going off, isn't it? Oh, look, well, I don't blame people for putting their 2 cents in, to be honest. You know, it is a pretty tight-knit community, so it's definitely something that warrants discussion. I just don't have the energy for it. I've kind of said my piece. I feel ultimately my TLDR on the topic is I feel for Blaze. It seems pretty rough considering how big of a part he is of this community. But without getting the absolute full picture and response or, you know, reasoning from Timmy, then anything beyond that is kind of a little bit speculative. So I think the best course of action is quite simply to wait for Timmy to come online and explain what happened. Not that he has to explain, as in, it's not that we're entitled to explanation, but it'll be nice just to hear what happened. One thing's for certain with these expeditions going forward is I'm definitely going to be much more diligent in doing these travel maps properly, because I definitely slacked off when I was doing this before, and I'm paying the price now. The short of it, as I understand it, is someone trolled Blaze to the point where he kicked them out of the league. He subsequently made a post on Discord and chatted with Timmy about it, explaining the whys. And since then, from what I can tell, in the last 12 or so hours since that discussion with Timmy, Blaze has been removed from the league as well. Which, from the sound of it, from my understanding, is only Timmy can do that because Blaze was an officer. So, yeah, and now the drama's kind of unfolding from there. Huh? The troll on the original account, Balok? Or on an alt account? Why did this not have an expedition again? Should be paying attention. On the original account. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's back in the league. He can still use his original account and access Global 420. Yeah, global chat is open to anyone. It's not league exclusive. Thank you, Conley. That's exactly what I was trying to say there.
Yes. What is it?
Alright, I'm going to pay attention to whether the expedition's actually in the map before doing the whole map. Okay, there is expedition, good. Oh, pardon me, snipples. Oh, man. I feel for irrespective of everything, I feel for Blaze. Poured so much energy into this league and it's just been one thing after another in the last couple of days. It's rough. From the highest of highs on the horizon to the lowest of lows.
Too soon.
Oh, hey Shrine, let's go. Is this the one, guys? Is this the one? Not a lot of flags. We've got a pity divine. The game's trying to placate us, or however you pronounce it, by hitting us with at least one divine. Is that flag selected? Oh, no. There it is. Can I reach this one over here? No, I'm gonna prioritize the flaggy flags, I think. This will be better. Yeah, that works better. Oh. Do I try and greed this? can't. Is it the guy that was involved, Smurl? Or is there another one dumping in on the baiting? No, yeah, there'll always be trolls out there. You can never spend any period of time on the internet without running into trolls. No logbooks again from the look of it. Yeah, I've been trying to pop the chest as well. I think there is a low chance, but it's mostly from the rares, from the flags. I swear I typically get one every second travel map, and what's this? I think we've done 6 or 7. Can you migrate a character from THC to regular? I believe so. I believe it would go from THC to hardcore trade, Aldors League, and then you could probably go from the Aldors League to standard. Watch out, Atomic, you're going to turn into a superhero if you keep pumping that stuff into you. No expedition. Okay, I think it's just the ocean maps that have the expeditions guaranteed, so I have to be careful of that. Although I do have quite a lot of maps, so it's not like I'm going to run out. Temporal chains, don't want that. Expedition, yes, good. 5,000 calories a day, sheesh. Nothing I really need from that. Beeline to the exit. I've done marathon training, so I'm well aware of how much the hunger kicks in when you're doing some serious fitness stuff. Like I remember I was doing the marathon training, I was always hungry. Pixels on a screen, yeah. It's an interesting topic, that, Kongli. Like, I tend to agree, but the fact is as well, like, as much as I will personally see gaming and like even this streaming and all of that as a hobby, the reality is in this day and age, it is a serious business as well, and for some people it is an actual legitimate source and required part of their income. Like, that's not to say that it is for Blazer, or I'm not, you know, saying this in regards to anyone in specific, just as a generalized discussion topic. So it is understandable why it does become a little bit more serious, you know, sometimes when it comes to this kind of stuff. You know, so it is understandable why there are strong opinions. That and people are just emotional creatures. Like I'm no saint. I'll admit I'll get sucked into a good drama occasionally here and there. Bit less so the older I've gotten, but you know, it still happens. Alright, should be paying attention. Where are all these flaggy flags? Kind of looking at the remnants, forgetting the main reason I'm here. He's going after Blaze's Twitch account for terms of service. Okay, shit's escalating. I'm guessing you're when you say he, I'm guessing you're talking about the original guy that Blaze kicked out. What terms of service though? Like, what specifically is he referring to? What part of the terms of service would have Blaze have broken? As far as I'm aware, you're allowed to swear on Twitch. And in terms of kicking someone from the private league, well, it's a private league. If you're an officer of the private league, as much as maybe Timmy understandably would want to avoid it, it's not a GGG thing as far as I'm aware. Like, if you're an officer and you're running a private league, you can be as selective as you want in terms of who's on there. Oh, shit's getting real. Another travel map, another logbookless expedition. Man. Yeah, good call, Combu. I'm definitely not going to find a logbook. They don't exist. Let's see if that works. What does Hilda do? I don't think I've got all of Hilda unlocked. I'm not really using tablets though, so... Oh, runic monster markers. I see what you mean. Yeah, not the worst idea. Yeah, true. Well, I do have 2 points, so... I'm not sure if that's going to register for this map, but yeah, good idea. Good idea, thank you. Oh, well, this is at least convenient. It's right here. God, the bloom levels on this map always hurt the eyes. Okay, flag markers. There is one down here,
I need more time.
two here, and that's it. Where are these mobs? Alright, there we go. Yay! It worked! The reverse psychology worked! Yes! Everyone dramaed themselves out. Oh my god, we got a logbook. Oh, did the dude make a YouTube video about it? Yeah, thanks for the tips, guys. That did help. Reverse psychology plus Hilda for the wind. Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, and cheat sheet. Dude. Wow. Okay, that's 3 grand expeditions at least. Cold, Soul Fight, Bleak and Awful, Endless Cliffs. Yeah, that'll do. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I was correct with the 4. Now we got the 2 bosses. Not the greatest, but it's not the worst either. Not sure I'm hovering over them. I didn't use an older saga. One second, I just need a snack. How can a cat have allergies? Seriously? They're a wild animal at the end of the day, aren't they? Surely they're immune to all that shit. That's weird.
Choose.
Or we just take a ring and put it towards the next lore weave. I don't think I've ever seen anything good in the moment of Zen. Alrighty, finally time for an actual grand expedition. Need a couple of logbooks. I think we'll just stack on experience if we can get it. Yeah, we'll just stack experience. Well, maybe I should actually do... Actually, rare monster, that's a decent one. Rare monsters, effectiveness. This one's a little bit lackluster. Can we find something a little bit better? Effectiveness, magic monsters, effectiveness. Oh jeez, we just run with the experience. Why not? I need to craft these up. Back to Jado. Remnants, and yep. The big plan is to hopefully find an Elder Saga.
History left its mark. Time to leave mine.
Yeah, also Varana Siege would be nice. We're doing the bosses and Oroth. I do need to get a couple liquids while I remember.
How are you faring? All the best.
I do still have one spare fracture sitting around.
History left its mark.
So we're just going to start re-rolling shit and hope we get something good, I think. Graders with Opulent, that'll be very nice to start off with. Ooh. Which one is that? Celestial, nice. Although it would have been nice to get the Catagons as well. That's still solid. Well, good start. Got Spirit. Sure, we'll go up here first. What rank are you in? I'm guessing that's asking someone in chat. Yeah. Take the Divine, why not? Locks. Trash. 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 Last one. Trash. Alright, well at least the start is decent. I think there was some value up there, so I think we'll just do that. Now, what runes are these propagating? Pretty safe. Do these at the same time, why not? Let's have a bit of fun. Life rune, that's okay. Oh, got it. That'll do us. Double ruminant. Let's go. Where are the stragglers here? Here's one. Oh shit. Me, braggy, I don't have any split personalities. Yeah, Pokemon's pretty decked out with a lot of shit. He's probably someone worth asking. This looks like an old filter. That kinda looks better. Shit, I can't remember which one of these is which. That definitely doesn't look right. Go with that. It's a little bit tighter. He's the dealer on THC. Yeah, he's always decked out. More often than not, if I need something quite specific, he's generally one of the people that I'll be able to get it from. So many life sprigs. Yeah, split personality is so ridiculously strong on the Gemling. No, I think I know what charm I need. I need a stun charm. These kind of mini stuns are pretty frustrating. Don't suppose anyone has a, what is it called, the For Utopia or From Utopia charm? That would be a nice option. That synergizes very well with armor. Then again, the slow is actually kind of nice as well. I don't know. Another life sprig. Wow. Oh, crap. Thought that could have been it for a moment there. A bit of a hairy spot. Yo, Kipski. We're back on the Infernalist. Everyone rejoice. The world makes sense again.
Bit of a fight. No.
Yo, Blizz, just saw your message, mate. Pardon me. No, didn't get tired of it. We hit a little bit of a wall around T11, 12 maps where the Ember Fuselage in the setup that I was running dropped off a little bit. So the solutions to it all kind of involve a little bit of currency or a bit of planning. So I've jumped back on the Infernalist for now while on stream, just to farm up a little bit and have a little bit of fun. And off stream, I'm going to see if there's any ideas that I can do for the Gemling to push it to the next level. But at the moment, it hit a little bit of a wall, unfortunately.
Good fortune.
How are you? Fill that term, yeah?
+1. There's a +3. +1. +2. +1. Rather than doing the vines, let's see if we can get a +3 this way. One, two. Nope.
How can I help? What do you think? For now, we part.
History left its mark.
Yes, may as well pick up the Sovereign Alloy. Graders, not bad. Pick up a cheeky Ufrids. Why not? Got plenty of those. Not a lot of remnants on this map. Really need an Alders. Really need to find an Alders Saga. It's not really worth parting to that, is it? It's a bit annoying. I don't think this is gonna make it, is it? Oh, did. Nice.
It's about time. Where are the buddies making you immune? There we are. Well, the thing is, Veriglass is only broken on the Gemling. So I think Veriglass survives. The alt quality related to the Frostwall might not.
Oh god, another oak fruit. Yeah, the alt quality on the Frostwall on the Gemling is ridiculous in terms of its scaling comparative to everything else. What is it? It's like 400% more or something like that, something ridiculous. Don't quote me on that, but I remember it was some massive amount. 400% increase. Okay, so not as dramatic, but that's still very significant. Yo, Muffin. Yeah, good, buddy. Just chilling on the Infernalist, farming up a bit of expedition, getting our currency stores back up. I'm not really picking up staffs, braggy, so unlikely I'll get one, but I think I've even got them filtered out, so I don't think I'll even see them if they drop. Well, ironically enough, Shu, the mirrors probably do have less value in THC than they would elsewhere. Yo, getting the maps, especially if you're doing that on hardcore, Muffin, is no small achievement. That's a good effort, mate. It's always the first milestone for anyone jumping into hardcore for the first time.
How can I help? Take your time. Carry on.
It's alright. Yeah, that's natural, Psycho. And it's good you're doing that. Get familiar with everything. Take your time. Learn the game. Absolutely nothing wrong with taking your time on your first playthrough. Just enjoy the game. Absorb everything. Learn as much as you can. Experiment with stuff. Alright, travel map. We will pay attention to... Oh god, I should have swapped Hilda. Forgot. Need to remember to use Hilda for the travel maps, for the runic markers.
You want a show? Ha! I'll give you a show.
Yeah, definitely when you're playing through, if you play on softcore trade, hold on to your divines, your chaos orbs, and use that to trade. You're always going to get a lot more value out of trading those currencies than using them. Okay, a lot of markers here. Let's see if we can just clear up all this trash around here so it doesn't bother us. Where do these monsters keep coming from? Go away. Got a lot of other bills, EDC, which plan? Yeah, just find whatever works for you at the start. Cast on Comet Sork is definitely not something I would recommend in the campaign. That is much more an endgame build.
Yes, this is all we have. I will make use of this. Of course.
I'll continue doing these travel maps first. And this time I'll remember to turn Hilda on. Yeah, cast on builds are very much kind of level 85. I'd probably even dare say not something worth considering until you're level 90 plus, and you definitely need some investment for them. Simply solving mana is always going to cost you a bit of currency in order to be able to sustain all the triggering. And you typically need a relatively decent amount of damage to have the triggering feel good as well. Yeah, it's not a league starter. You kind of have experimented with what I would probably recommend from a caster point of view, the best builds like EDC, plants. They're the typical good league starter. Grim Pillar spell totems is very good. Yeah, I'm a massive fan of plants. Plants is definitely my personal go-to. There are some kind of attack stuff. I don't know. Well, Mjolnir's kind of like a hybrid with attacks. I do know there's some cast on block builds out there that exist. Not attack. That is a fair shout. Witch definitely doesn't fall off in maps. This is a witch character. Witches, most of the witch ascendancy, well, Blood Mage has been nerfed quite heavily, but Lich and Infernalist are very strong ascendancies and definitely do not fall off in maps. I'm very biased as an Infernalist main, but I think most people would agree it's probably in the top 3 ascendancies of 0.5. Along with probably Gemling and Oracle, maybe. Yeah, witches are very, very strong. Alright, more runic markers from the look of it here. We'll grab the flux, we'll grab the divines as a little bonus. There's only the one there. 3 here. Hopefully this is our logbook. How can I place this like that? Then that reaches this, that reaches this, that reaches these. Lich Gemling, yeah, Lich Gemling very strong. I think Gemling's probably the the top ascendancy of 0.5, probably mostly just for the sheer amount of versatility and variety with all the different alt quality available on skills. I would argue which in endgame. Well, look, got nothing to add to what I said previously. At the top end, it's probably in the top 3 ascendancies. Well, at least Infernalist is. Lich is right up there as well. It definitely needs maybe a little bit of investment, but the cast on builds is still as strong as ever. EDC builds are still strong. I will always maintain that while Infernalist has got Grimmening Immolation, that node by itself will always make the Infernalist viable. Because crit still is probably arguably the best damage scaling lever in the game. And Infernalist is by far the best ascendancy for scaling crit damage bonus, and hence will always have a place somewhere. And no logbook, bugger. Unfortunate. What the hell? Is there scorched earth going on with Timmy League at the moment? Is it like, is someone just removing people left, right, and center? Are you up on the website, Kadashi? I can't search it. You'd have to check yourself. Only one officer now. Wasn't there a whole heap of officers? Like, is shit like really hitting the fan here and like... Well, it looks like there's only one officer now. I'm pretty sure there was about 5 or 6 of them before. Wow, it's like, this sounds like scorched earth shit, some shit going on. Were you chatting about the whole issue at all anywhere, Kadashi, where you may have gotten on their radar? Or is it like just random? What the hell is going on? Seriously. Is this the beginning of the end for Timmy League? Hope not. Been so amazing up until this point. Definitely check the website. See if your name's listed in there. Timmy League is a private league. You're an officer, yeah. It looks like Timmy has removed all the officers. There's only one left. It looks like it's gone full scorched earth. Although, from what Atomic was saying, that seems rather brutal because wouldn't have a demotion been better? Because I believe Atomic was saying that if you get removed, you can't get re-added. Which is going to be super unfortunate for you guys. Oh shit. See, this is what I was talking about. There's no point to jumping to conclusions until the full picture is painted. So it wasn't Timmy. Someone... It's either a rogue officer or someone's gotten like Timmy's login details or some shit. Or someone from GGG has gotten involved for some... Oh, damn. Sounds like shit is gonna... The next chapter in the story is about to start from the sound of it. Children, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, possibly. Alright, a lot of runic markers here. Come on. Is there any more down this way? No. Get all the goodies. Chilling. There's one out there. No, I'm not gonna reach it. Drop me a logbook, damn it. I mean, sorry, reverse psychology. This map is definitely not dropping a logbook. Smurl, keep us posted, man. I'm intrigued. That to me makes a lot of sense though, because kind of like how I was saying when I was like kind of saying I don't want to really get involved too much because the picture isn't complete. It seemed completely out of character based on what I know about Timmy for him to have done that. This makes a lot more sense to me that it's another party involved. Yeah, these were just travel maps. One of the officers, maybe. From my understanding, an officer can't remove another officer, though. Yeah, exactly like what Jex just said. My assumption would be that officers can't remove other officers. Like, if that's not the case, then that's a bit mind-blowing. My assumption would be that it's... either someone got a hold of Timmy's account or someone from GGG got involved. Like the band dude had maybe some contact or something like that. Be right back. Quick toilet break. Hey, leave my bladder out of it. But yes, I can't really dispute that. All I'll say is just wait until you get older. Okay, let's get up to date here. So what was the original message that you posted us? Big bold, I did not remove anyone from the league. I was sleeping. Literally just opened my eyes to a fuckload more of bullshit. Yep. Okay. We got an update from Swell. Thank you, mate. Anyone that was removed from the league has been re-added. All admins have been removed because clearly I gave admin to the wrong individuals. No hard feelings, but clearly not everyone should have admin. Not for kicking. Holy shit, so obviously there was a permission level that could also kick officers. Wow. Well, it's nice to see that people can get re-added. So what does it look like now? Oh, that's the ladder. Timmy's just gone, fuck it, I'm in control now. I can't search. I'm hoping Blaze has been re-added, but it sounds like he has. That is a good question, Jack. I wonder if the characters get migrated when you get removed, or... Yeah, I wonder how that works. Imagine if they re-added, they're probably on the end. Oh god, I hope it all works out for everyone involved. It's unfortunate. It does sound, I think, who was it that said it earlier? Yeah, the dude that got kicked probably was friends with one of the admins. You're back in? Good to hear, Kadashi. That's good news. Did your characters stay within the league, or did they get migrated? Ah, awesome. Awesome news. That's very nice. All right, well, that's good news out of all of this. Timmy got on and cleaned everything up. Good.
Time to leave mine.
We'll do some mana rune farming maybe someday. Please give me an older saga. Is that too much to ask? Probably, but I'll ask anyway. Oh, that's a nice one. Note to self, get this remnant. Rare unique, why not? Have a gamba. No. Yeah. Ugh. Ugh. Saw all the sagas listed and got excited there for a moment. Actually, I'll get medfeds. I want Varana Siege most of all. Is there a special trick to maintain life regen? Yes, the most popular way is to use Sacrosanctum and stack a whole bunch of life recoup. You can check my channel. I have a video, I think, from about 2 months ago. Otherwise, another very, very good creator on that setup is a guy called Hungry Boots. Check out his channel. Yeah. Paired with Essence Drain, it's a very, very strong leveling build. You'll find plenty of guides out there. I believe Dead Rabbit has guides on those kind of builds. He's kind of well known for that build. I have no idea what runes I stacked there. I don't know a lot about Mercenary Muffin, but I do know the Grenade's Mercenary start is apparently very, very strong. It's one of the primary racing builds out there, so I'd imagine that's an indication of its strength. Life regen is enough to do the capped 10 stack version, but you'll never get enough regen through pure life regen stacking to do anything beyond the standard 10 capped version. You have to do more creative stuff to go uncapped. Ah, shit, I just got a message on my phone. Apologies. One sec, just need to make a phone call. I'll be back in a minute. Alrighty, we're back. $70K life recoup. Yeah, that's a nice, very nice solid amount. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, in terms of races, racing, I've heard, what is it, the Huntress with Twisters or something like that is the meta now. Yeah, I'm a much bigger fan of the ward armor stacking, doing cast on builds, which is obviously what I'm playing right now. Hey, Anom. Well, I'm on THC for a start, so I'm not sure what league you're playing on, Nom. Yeah, well, what was the guy that dies switched to the Huntress and immediately won the next race? Wasn't Angormus even, like, practicing on the Huntress with Twisters recently? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I
Or is he sticking with grenades? Yeah, Muffin, when you're playing through for the first couple of times, man, don't worry about how long it takes you. Comparison is the thief of joy. As long as you're having fun, take as long as you need, man. Don't worry about how quick it's taking other people. Yeah, that was Guy That Dies. Guy That Dies was playing grenades, I believe, and then who was it? Gilio won the first race on Huntress, and Guy That Dies quickly pivoted to the Huntress and then won the next race. And I'm not sure, but for some reason I somehow recall that Angormus was practicing with the Twisters as well now. But I'm not, don't quote me on that. Not sure when the next race is. Could be tonight, I'm not sure. I do hope Angormus gets through. He's been such a prominent figure in the racing scene. It would be a bit weird not having him in the official ExileCon race. Cannot wait for them to rework this oath rune and get rid of these bloody immune mobs. Oh, constricting command. Yeah, it definitely has that feel to it, doesn't it, Shu? I was a big Warlock enjoyer during the early days of WoW. Take it easy, Muffin.
Yes.
Good day. Bye.
How can I help? Take your time. Bring any thongs you
Alrighty, guys. A bit after midnight. I think we may wrap it up there. bit of a shorter stream today. May have to spend some time off stream thinking about that Gemling. Otherwise, we'll just continue with this Infernalist tomorrow if need be. Got a couple of the vines and start slowly building up the currency. We obviously spent a lot of time in the bloody travel maps. But yeah, we'll maybe do a bit more expedition. We can, well, got one left here and the 2 bosses. Hopefully we'll get a logbook, and I think we'll continue on a little bit. Definitely want to build up the currency a little bit more. Let's have a look who else is online. Cal's on, Peroni's on. Mr. Aimless, Mr. Machi. Wintality. I think we may pass it on to Wintality. We haven't raided him before, and he's been popping into our chat regularly. I'll follow him, and then we'll jump over. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Shorter stream today. Be back on tomorrow, and we'll probably continue on the Furnace a little bit, and I'll have a think about what to do with the Gemling. Thank you again.